Da, da, da. Hello. Ah, okay. Bye, Vanini. Hello, goodbye. I added more peeps. And now I get rid of them. Goodbye. Alright, so like the sign says, that's what I'm working on today. Tap the sign. Oh wait, no, I have player movement. No. I might actually have to physically deconstruct the character today. So from what I understand... Give me 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. From what I understand, The player that I used, that I based this off of, character controller that I based this also off of, was it was using some sort of spring force in order to keep the capsule upright for the most part. So if I do that, I might need to rework turning in order to do that, which means I probably need to revisit trying to figure out how to get the player to turn based on quaternions rather than based on the look towards vector. Where is my player? I don't know why I'm looking down there. Player's up here. And I'm already on it. So what I'm gonna do, we're gonna go back to that classic YouTube video of a very, very valet.
To try and return it to a desired orientation. This serves to keep the capsule upright and turn it to face a specific direction. When there's input from the joystick, we set the target orientation to point in the direction of movement, slowly turning the character in that direction as they run. At this point, we have a turn it to a desired orientation.
Okay. Hold on, let me turn this down just a little bit. It's probably really loud. So our guy here, utils math, shortest rotation, so he gets shortest rotation. I think shortest rotation isn't actually, it's not a C# anything. This is something that he defined himself, and I don't know exactly how this works. So I'm going to have to figure that part out. Utils.math, your utils math is his own thing that he made. And then he doesn't add torque. The upright joint spring damper was the other thing that I was looking at, which is, if I remember correctly, a upright joint is something that you can add. But I don't remember how. Maybe it's a component that I saw. Yeah, spring joint. Huh? Okay, so there probably needs to be an empty object somewhere in here for the spring. So what if I add a child? I might have to look up another tutorial on how spring joints work. I remember I had trouble with this last time I tried to figure all of this out. So he takes the spring damper. Upright joint spring damper times the angular velocity. That's terrifying, by the way. This right here. This right here. Absolutely terrifying. Are you dead ass, Gordon? Auto configure connection. What that says? Auto configure connected anchor. Okay. I assume that's relative. So on his torque not only rotates his character, but it also at the same time allows it to tilt. What I'm hoping that I can do, I might have to do a raycast. What I'm hoping that I can do is either use the spring joint or, oh, there's a brake force. Like, maybe I can use the brake force or something on the spring joint to determine if the character is like hit with enough force past a certain threshold. Because if I can detect that, then I can determine, oh, past this point, like detach the spring for a second and then just have the character fall over. Did I already sell my Spider Space game to a publisher? No, I did not. Hello, Minox. No, our Spider Space game is for free on itch. I kind of want to go and update it at some point, though, so that it actually has the things that we wanted to put in it. I want to make it a little better than it is, because there were a few things that we ran out of time for on it. I know that's the perfectionist in me talking, but whoops. Boom. Let me read up on spring joints. Look how bright I am. Wait, is it supposed to rain today? Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. Oh gosh, it's really cloudy. It's supposed to rain all week. But hide the lines and add more types. See something has not overwhelming variation of enemies. Sometimes it's just how many and where they're placed and used. In Doom. Wait, what lines? More types of enemies could be interesting. But there are still some more fundamental things that are missing. Those are still in the game? Wait, hold on. Oh wait, I'm gonna have to download that. Let me get the build that I have. I've got to see this for myself. I must have completely blotted them from my mind. I've not seen you work for a week or so. I worked a little last week, but I was feeling I was a little burnt out after the 80-hour week that I had on the game jam. So I figured I'd take it easy. I took it easy on that Monday, and then I did a little bit of work later, and then Friday I was just like, no, I'm not feeling it. Wait, I don't have the lines. What lines? Although I guess this is my own build. This isn't the one that actually got released. Did I turn them off in mine? Oh, good. A concussion. So now I'm feeling rested and I'm back to... I was trying to kind of like rush through things because I really want to make progress on this. But if I rush through things, I'm just gonna burn myself out again. Consider placed on your ship that the spiders move towards. Does the one that's on itch have debug lines still? Hold on, let me go download ours. Gordon, are you dead ass, Gordon? It's a game for people to like bullet hells. It's pretty fun. It's bullet hell adjacent, that's for sure. Alright, this is the one that's actually on itch. This is not my own build for it. Once it loads in the next 20 years, we will be able to find out if it still has debug lines. Oh no, the debug lines have been turned off. Yeah, this is the same version that I have. Except for this. This is okay. This is more updated than the version I have. This current state, you can put it on Steam for $1 or less if you target people that that have less but one a game. I mean, I guess we could. Um, I would definitely like to update it more so that it is in a more playable state. If I were gonna actually put it somewhere. Plus, I'd need to talk to my buddy Michael about that, since it's also his game. We could split the profits. $5. Also, with the dark spiders, is the dark and bright background more fitting? The way that I originally had thought about it was that I could make them with their black bodies on a dark background, so you wouldn't see that they were actually spiders at first, and then like once it transitioned to the other side of things, you would definitely see that they were spiders or whatever. Bugs. They're bugs. They're almost invisible. That's why they have the neon points on them. That's why I made the neon points on them, is because I just wanted the neon bits to be visible at first. And then when it transitioned to the other place, it would show their actual full bodies. But it's kind of squandered, I guess, with how like small the game is. That would have been cool if I had like made them look like something else. I think the idea was supposed to be that they kind of look like ships, and then it transitions and it's like, oh, you're fighting big bugs actually. It's supposed to mostly just be a big like a neat little touch. But I never really got to redesign them in a way that made them look like ships. There was no time for that. I was just like, I made a spider. They're spiders now, I guess. Strength is proportional to the current distance between the point and the first force per unit of distance set by the spring property. I know they're almost invisible. I mean, they're pretty visible. Their bodies are invisible, but their lights are visible. We gotta let that start itself. I know with the spring joint here, it's supposed to work sort of like there's a point here, and then there's the actual spring down here, and it has a line, a vector that it will put between that point, and it'll stretch it out and contract it. So if it's past a certain point, if this point's a certain distance away, it'll try to pull it back until its elasticity gives, basically. Oh yeah, they're still very visible. Look at them. And now they're even more visible. But now they're red. The red on the red, I guess, I wanted to change that. Actually, I wanted to change it so that they mimicked the colors of your ship, but in reverse. From the insect shapes or ships are the fragile limbs. Oh no! They weren't going to actually be ships. They were supposed to be big bugs, basically. But that was just the only reason that they're big bugs is just because that's the first thing I drew, and we couldn't decide on an actual like theme for the game. We were just kind of spitballing, and we're mostly just trying to get it to work. It's like, but it doesn't, like, yeah, it's fun, but it doesn't make any sense, like, why you're doing what you're doing. There's like very little thought, it feels like, put into the why you're here. It's more of like just you are and you're doing a thing. You're certainly doing a thing. Does it make any sense why you're doing it? No. But they were actually supposed to be big bugs. As a matter of fact, on these sprites, their limbs are separate pieces of their body, because I was gonna try to animate them wiggling around. But yeah, here I was going to kind of make it so that it was, instead of having these lights like all across their limbs and whatnot, I was gonna kind of make it so that they look like other ships. But I would have to make them sort of cohesive with what the player's ship looked like. The player's ship also wasn't really that big of a design hurdle. I just drew a triangle and I was like, yep, that's the player. There was barely any forethought put into what the player's ship was going to look like and why it was going to look like that and whatnot. Because we were focusing on mechanics. We wanted our game to play smoothly, for the most part, and we got it, I think. Minus a few important a few design things that we wanted to change about it. Something like StarCraft, does it make sense that the Zerg are this swarm of creatures and a single individual is expandable? They're expandable? Something you can even see here in real life with ants. I mean, yeah, with the Zerg, it kind of makes sense. I mean, they're aliens, and they just eat a lot. They're basically the same thing as the Tyranid from 40K. They're big bugs that want to swarm everything and eat. They just want to eat things. Well, as far as we know in 40K lore, I guess. Ants have only 2 antennae. If these are gone, in theory, they can't communicate or recognize their environments as well anymore. Yeah. Oh, they got little hairs all over their body. They have sensory bits. Still, the antennae are the most sensitive, I guess. I don't exactly know what they detect. I mean, the hair obviously isn't going to detect things like the antennae are. I'm actually not sure how they use the antenna to communicate. I know that they do, but I don't remember how. Something electrical signals, maybe? But yeah, they wouldn't be very well off. Their eyes aren't amazing. Good luck asking for food with your body hair. I know. Ugh. I mean, most ants are probably going to be looking for food anyway. Do they get... I don't think they feed each other. I think they just eat. I think I know the drones get fed. They have to. They don't have any, like, working mouth parts. So something has to come and push the food into their mouth. You know what? What am I looking for? All right, Google.
this video we will talk about all Unity joints. So we will talk about fixed joints, spring joints, hinge joints, character joints and configurable joints. Yes, we're talking about all of them, and you can find the time codes in the descriptions so that you can skip all the parts you don't need. At the time,
Hello, Vinny. Welcome back.
You can't find any tutorial on YouTube that covers up all the joints of Unity. So this is very exciting. Let's start. So we are creating a plane.
I'm learning about spring joints.
0, 1, 2. No other collide or no other there's a break
On an old version of Unity.
because it is connected to the connected rigid body. And here is my free rigid body. I can't move it into the other box, but what I could do is, and 100 this box, I can move it. Okay, it's completely gone. Remove the initial values are good enough for us, and here you can see it's connected.
Oh, when did he add it?
Is a spring joint.
There you go.
You do not have to set a connected rigid body, but it makes things a little bit clearer. Let's start with a rigid body. Let's remove the ground, and I think we can start right there. The initial values are good enough for us, and here you can see it's connected to this one, and here is the button. You can see it's anchored right there, so when I move it, the anchor is right there. I can set the anchor, this is the first one, to the middle, and as you can see the anchor is in the middle. It behaves a little bit different, so it rotates a little bit more. If I set the anchor back to 0.5, it's again anchored at the top, and you see the brown spot there, that is the anchor. So it goes a little bit down every time I change it here because it's
Wait, so his spring joint is on the same object as his rigid body. I thought I was supposed to make a separate piece for that. So let's maybe give that a shot. If I were to stop doing the funky spin, let's unfreeze these rotations here, and let's add a spring joint. Whoa. Wait, why is his spring... Hold on, his spring joint is...
auto configure. It's again anchored at the top, and you see the brown spot there, that is the anchor is right there. I can set the anchor connected to this one, clearer. Let's start with the rigid body. Let's remove the ground, and I think we can start right there. The initial
Did he only add one spring joint?
there we go. We break it. Now it's completely broken. The complete connection on the complete joint is gone now, and you can do this with every joint, so I will skip this in the next joint. Next up is a spring joint. You do not have to set a connected rigid body, but it makes things a little bit clearer. Let's start with a rigid body. Let's remove the ground, and
I see what he did.
right there, the
Okay.
initial
So his isn't on the same rigid body that he's using it on. That makes more sense. That's what I thought it was supposed to be like. So this shouldn't be here. This should be probably not a child, but it is. If I press play with this, let's see what happens with just the regular spring joint on it. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is it doing? Orientation issues, maybe too sensitive controls. I mean, I haven't. The orientation only happens whenever I press a key, and I'm not pressing anything. I literally just started the game. Maybe I did move. I did move. Okay. Your spring's a little saggy there, sir. Wait, but this point here should be... Unless the spring is supposed to be on the player, and then there's a point above the player that... So maybe it's not this. It's more like... more like this, maybe. Boom, clap, sound of my heart, and the beat goes on and on. Broom, the sound of my car. I'm in me mum's car. The beat goes on and on. Get out me car. Nice. Alright, so... Okay, so maybe the spring needs to be a little stronger, first of all. It's like, it's more like... It's more like the player has a spring above it that is attached to it, but the other end's not attached to anything for some reason, and it's just spinning around. It's just free dangling from the top of the spring. And I want it to be rigid here. I want it to be rigid here, and I want the player's spring to connect with it like that. Oh, hey, there's ads happening. Can you tell? Can you tell that there are ads? Why? Too late to switch to Unreal Engine? I don't know much about Unreal Engine, so it would be even longer for me to figure it out there. So yeah, it is a little late. I'm doing this one in Unity because well, ads are going. I don't think you can hear me anymore. Which of these pieces is the one that's falling? Is it the one that's at the... Okay, it is that one. This piece somehow is supposed to be attached to the player. This is the piece I want attached to the player. Why is it not? The spring force using the little... Giving the player a little bob is funny. That's their idle animation. Boy, oy, oy. But yeah, Minox, as I was saying, it might be a little late to switch to Unreal Engine because I don't know how Unreal Engine works for the most part. So it would take even longer than it is for me right now to determine how to make this game. How do I just get you to stop? Why is that making it bigger? What is happening right now? Why is this like this? I must not understand how the spring is getting set up just yet. Stop. I never mentioned I'm busiest against the Unity engine. I saw many issues with it. Yeah. Unity does have quite a few issues. What the fuck is happening here? I mean, I don't think so. The, can I get details on this, please? Ba 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 bow, ba 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 bow. No, I don't have any other controllers plugged in. It's just my mouse and keyboard right now. Gamepad and wheel for racing games. I don't have. I don't play racing games very much. I wonder if it's the bot that's causing it. There's a lot of problems happening this morning. Sorry, this afternoon. Flashing. Flashing pop out window. Alrighty, Minox. Me too, but only because I came lazy. Took the wheel and pedals out of the cupboard and back every single time. I don't necessarily care for a setup like that, really. I don't play many racing games myself, just at all. So I've never really had a need for it. I play Mario Kart every now and then. That's about it. I'm a action adventure guy. I like the Zeridas, The Zeldas and the monster hunters. I don't know what that's about. Turn off hardware acceleration. Maybe I can clear my cache or whatever. See if that helps. Wouldn't expect it to, but maybe. Goodbye, Minox. Thanks for stopping by. Strategy. Action adventure. Maybe the Urcon Masters HD is something for you. It's the only one I come up with right now. Maybe. I'll have to give it a look. Wait, this is explicitly not the thing that I was looking for. That's pretty cool. Thanks, Unity. Thanks, Google. Still no joints. I kind of got distracted for a little bit from looking at their stuff, but yeah. Like, I understand the concept of the spring joint. I think I need to figure out how to set it up. Oh, wait, hold on. It's got a rigid body on it, doesn't it? Kinematic. How about that? Wahoo! Ah, yes, we're having a lovely jaunt through the neighborhood. Nothing is wrong with anything at all, ever. I agree. I think it looks fantastic. Connected anchor is where? Okay. Wait, what? Why is it like auto-targeting the anchor? I think I just need to play around with the spring until I can get it into sort of a state that I think it looks good. Error. First things first. Spring force doesn't really seem to be affecting it while it's moving as much as I want it to. Of course, when you stop, it goes back to normal. Kick. Now I know that the player has a piece of script still left to fix, because apparently getting this spring force to work involves some code that also gets the player to turn, which involves quaternions and specifically calculating the shortest arc, I guess, between 2 points in order to turn the player that direction. Mass scale, I don't know what tolerance. I don't know what tolerance affects. Error tolerance allows the speed. Okay. I think in the end of this, the player's sprite, or the player's mesh, sorry, isn't going to be part of the... Oh, hold on. It's not going to be part of the same object that all the scripts and stuff are on, I don't think. I believe it will be a separate piece. I always forget YouTube does this silly thing where it removes the shuffle from the video playlist after the first video. Connected. Point in the connected object's local space where the joint is attached. But I can't set that to 0 or anything. It has to be set to 1 something. This right here, it won't change this. Let's up the spring to like 100. Nothing really seems to be changing with that. Certainly isn't keeping the player upright. It's not even trying. It's not doing anything. Ah! Wait, what? Oh, geez, that causes it to float. Its force should be directly down, but it isn't. It's like it's colliding with itself almost. Now that the spring is reduced when active, so if it is applying the force, then it reduces the spring. That's interesting. It's probably over time. A damper, I think, would probably be over time anyway. Although I can go change it later, I assume. It seems really hard to stop from doing what it's doing. I don't have anything controlling the rotation yet, so maybe that's part of the problem. or well, rather, the rotation is being controlled by something that's probably directly fighting it. What if I turn off my rotation scripts? Where's my... Oh, this. Rotate. Oops, that's not it. Okay, he does use add torque. Oh, that's right, he calculates things in radians. Does add torque takes a force, doesn't it? It takes a force vector. Yeah, it takes a force vector. Okay. The vector right now is incorrect, by the way, in case you're wondering. Upright joint spring strength, upright joint spring damper. Oh no, it wouldn't be that, I guess. I could do a get component on start, but why would I do that when I can just set it manually in here? Why are all these public? Why did I do that? Okay, so I can just access those. Good. Glad. That won't be too hard to figure out. Bow bow. I find myself just wanting to like not think more and more, which I mean, I guess mood, but that's the easy thing to do. Fighting is probably healthier in the long run. If I'm going to do this, I need to do it. I want to do it. Oh. Oh, jeez. Oh no, it's my brain. My brain has been revealed. I don't know if this counts as a cyclical reference and a bad thing to do. Maybe I'm just taking it easy. I need to stop worrying about like trying to be entertaining during these. I think is probably my main thing. For the most part, I've been trying to make it so that whenever I do these, it's at least enjoyable to watch. But for the most part, I need to focus on the things that I'm trying to figure out. Cause I always try to make it go, go, go. And, like, do stuff. Not, let's just take a day and learn how springs work. Which I think is what I need to do. It might be a little boring to watch, but yeah. That's what I want it to be, I think, for the most part. Benini is just chilling. Just hanging out. I used to, when I did art streams, I'd turn on like a song request, but I've been trying to keep these VODs unmuted. So I haven't really been doing that. I want to do that again because I want to play my own playlist. I've got a few of my own playlists that I'd like to listen to again instead of this funk playlist over and over and over. just because it's copyright free. Probably comes from a lack of understanding of actually what makes it copyright free, I guess, in its entirety. Hey, nothing like a funky beat. That's another thing. I was gonna play, like, I still want to play the Bomb Rush Cyberpunk OST, but I don't know if it's allowed to play it. From what I could find, it sounds like it's okay to play it over gameplay footage of the game, but I don't know if it's okay to just play it without actually having anything being related to the game. I gotta see if Team Reptiles got any openings. I feel like it'd be fun to work on some of their stuff. You know, dev side or QA side. Either way. I'm starting to lean back towards the I need to go find a job section of things. I said I have like got so many functions about rotating the player. I think I've got like 3. Just because I couldn't figure it out. Right, he gets the radians from his... Yeah. 2-angle axis. Still don't know what shortest rotation's going to be. Slurp. Oh yeah. I guess airliners would have to use a slurp. Spherical linear interpolation. There's the constant speed motion along a unit radius. Great circle arc. Here's the fix. Did he post code before? Oh, he posted. Quaternion dot inverse multiply b by 1. Quaternion dot product. So I guess that's the two rotations. Take the dot product of them. If it's less than 0. Okay. Alright, I kind of get that. Let me move this over here real quick so that I can look at the code along with it. I think my brain was fried the last time I tried to look at this, so it feels much better coming into it with fresh eyes. Woo! So I can get... I need to get the character's current. I don't want any of this, I don't think. Unless, hold on, where's that other one? Oh wait, I already have it here. I already did try to implement it, but I wasn't really able to understand, I think, what was happening with it for some reason. What happened here? Oh, the target rotation is what I was trying to figure out. Upright joint target rotation. Seems like he was basing off his this variable right here. Seems like he was basing his orientation off of the spring joint somehow. But why wouldn't you just... Why is he basing it off of that? Why wouldn't you just base the... Why wouldn't you base the target quaternion off of where they're... I guess the idea that I was trying to figure out was how I could calculate the... How I could calculate the two based on their velocity. Give me 1 second. Alright, I'm back. just a silly little cat. Doing some silly little things. Oh, semi-rigid. That's a good descriptor for this character. Oh, that's actually... I didn't think about that. If I break this spring at any point, it goes away. It doesn't just... So having the player fall over while trying to use the spring... prevent joint from deleting on break. Oh. When the force that is higher than the break force of the joint. When a force that is higher than the break force of the joint will break off. When a force is higher than the break force of the joint will break off. Okay. This needs to go away. Okay, so there is a... I mean, I guess I could call something and then make a new joint when they get back up. Called when a joint attached to the same game object broke. Okay. Oh, no override? Well, one thing at a time, I guess. Although, I guess if there's no way for me to add the joint back. Wonder if I can set the joint brake force like slightly higher than I want it to be, and then just detect if it's reached a threshold close to that point. And if it has, then I'll just go ahead and topple the player. And I can like turn it off temporarily so the spring stops working for a second. I don't know, does that work like that? Let me test that real quick. Bum, 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 bum. Pressed save so fast, I forgot I did it. You can't turn it off. God damn it, YouTube. Actually, you know what? Also, while I'm here. What? Hang on, I'm getting a plugin that might... Give me 1 second, let me restart this. Gonna restart Firefox real quick. Just for shiggles. Boom, 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 boom. I'll be the music for now. Oh, Honey's on. Oh, Pcat's on. Wow. You see so many things when you go to the front page of Twitch. Okay, let's try this. See if this works. Fingers crossed. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Hold on, this is my current searching journey. Something's different about the spring joint. Documentation. I had one earlier. It didn't look like this. What happened? It was much, much shorter. That's not really correct anymore. So this is the correct answer from what I'm seeing. It looks like a correct answer. Normally I downvote a question like this for lack of research. Jesus. Let me get some lights going in here. There's no help from the outside. This is probably why I shouldn't have my forward-facing lighting being based off of the sun. But I don't really have the desk space, the plug socket space, nor the desire to purchase a ring light or anything like that. I'm not that pretty of a face to look at. Back to his old ways. I'm never gonna do that again. Here I go doing that again. Set the brake force to 0, and that dropped it off, but it seems to destroy the joint altogether. Yes. Your only option is to destroy the joint and recreate it, which isn't that bad of a solution, really. I guess how expensive is it to recreate joints every single time? Every single time somebody falls over, I have to delete and add a new joint back. I mean, getting it working is, I guess, the important thing here. Making it pretty later is an option. This is from 2009. This isn't what I want. Also, what the hell is this? Why can I never type Unity correctly? That is the exact thing that I'm looking for, actually. So that'd be a script on a collision, or when you want the ragdoll effect to happen. Okay, so if I turn off is kinematic, it will stop. I mean, so far I don't really see much of a difference, but maybe there is. Okay. It seems that I have some possibilities. I can always just break it and add it back, which is what I was thinking about doing, so maybe I'll give that a shot. Once I actually get the rotation working properly to the point where I can see a difference, maybe, then I can look into the kinematic portion of that working. Hopefully I can figure out something for that so that I don't actually have to break the boy. I kind of want a piece of that sugar pizza that I made. The dessert pizza. But it's only 2:25. I'll wait another 45 minutes. Or 35 minutes. Yeah, 35 minutes. Oh, hey, I'm missing a tab. Hold on.
Champion your recovery.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm being distracted again. It's easy to do. I want to figure out how to calculate the calculate rotate to quaternion. That's kind of the point here, though, is we don't know what the angle is. Math? How dare you? Why do I always spell Unity wrong? How do I always do this? Do they... Hold on, he stored his in radians. Did he calculate that later, or did he get it as a quaternion first? Did he calculate that later and get it as a quaternion first? Or did he get it as radians to begin with? Rephrase that.
This serves to keep.
I was reading that. Oh, okay. So he calculates the shortest distance, shortest arc, I guess, really, between those, which is a quaternion in and of itself. It's more like a delta quaternion, I guess. Really? Just a change into quaternions. If I remember correctly. A times the inverse. I need to study more on quaternions. Still don't entirely understand them conceptually. And that's a problem. For later. Still a problem, though. Maybe I should do a quaternion class one day. Hi. Oh, jeez, that's bright. Trying to figure out how to convert a vector 3 to a quaternion. Be okay if I need to constantly update said value. Never used quaternions for any reason. No offense, but maybe do a bit of research yourself. What I'm doing. Oh, there's an Euler option. Euler. 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 So if I were to do, it was quaternion dot. Jiblo is having me question whether using quaternions is the best way that they can't be updated. They are rather complex, I would have to agree. Something the inside of a sphere. Oh, hello caps lock. Was it quaternion or was it? Jesus, my brain has already stopped. Wait, look. Transform and roll out. Wait, no. Wait, do I not have a... Oh, play it everybody. And then he takes... Then you go like this. Two angle axis. And then he outs the degrees and the axis. Does he utilize the axis? Yes, he does. Okay, okay. And he has a float for rotation degrees. And then he does a rotation target dot two angle axis. What does two angle axis do? Doesn't tell me. I assume that it's based off of the angle that you're giving it. It tells you what axis that's on, and it tells you what the degrees of rotation are. Going out on a limb here. Oh, wait, hold on. Why did he do these like this? First of all, Boom, 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 boom. Oh, and then rotation target dot normalize. And then he converts it into radians. Radians. Degrees times math f dot deg to rad. What is deg to rad? Is that a constant? 0.01745. That must be like 1 over pi or something. I don't... Oh, I do have the access to pi. It's not 1 over pi. Oh, it's pi over 180. Right. Gosh, it's been so long since I've had to think about this. I hate that it has. I need a complete refresher on calculus at this point. I guess it doesn't help me that I understood it for like a year and then I never used it for like 6. So I didn't really get any practice out of my college education on that part. Sucks to suck. I didn't use it and I lost it. Weird. I felt like I had air trapped under my eyelid. Player rigid body dot add torque. Okay, let's see. His big long rotation axis times, okay, hold on, he's got this in parentheses. The rotation in radians times player orientation spring dot spring. Not exactly this, but essentially this, minus player rigid body dot angular velocity times player orientation spring dot damper. Wow, 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 wow. Supposedly, this is how the rotation do. What? Wait, what? Okay, let's see what happens. I can't wait for this to be horribly broken. I'll need to do some reverse engineering on exactly how all of that works, but I feel like understanding quaternions is going to be part of that process, and that's not particularly... That's hilarious. Also, he's not rotating at all. This must have something to do with the difference between our player controllers, fundamentally. How are you standing like this? Look how wobbly he is. Whee! Unless he's got his like spring force jacked up really high. I feel like it's trying to rotate it at some points, but it's completely unable to for some reason. So this leans him forward, this leans him backwards, this leans him to the left, and this leans him to the right. They all spin the same direction, though. I think the spring might be eating all of the rotational force. So angular velocity, I don't think ever gets updated. Which is probably half of the problem. Okay, maybe not that. Was it the 500 that did it? No, it appears to be the damper. Increasing the damper causes it to mess up. Damper's not even that high. 50 doesn't seem like that high of a number, comparatively. Thud. Okay, so my calculation of the... I was disconnected from the server. Why did that happen? Well, it appears my stream's still up, so I guess it's not that big of a deal. Oh, my my stations have been on auto this whole time. They've just been spitting things out. My calculation of the vector using the Euler conversion might be incorrect. There's the rotation that rotates z degrees around the z-axis. X degrees around the x-axis and y degrees on the y-axis. Do I need to... do this instead? I don't feel like this would make much of a difference. But, you know what? Let's give it a try and see what happens. Just for giggles, I'll make it better if it does work. It my mind, this shouldn't be any different though. Yeah, it's the exact same. Okay. That's another thing I need to implement is coyote time. Oh, this isn't the player. Bwah, bwah, bwah. Bum, ba, bum, bow. Ba, ba, da, bow. Ba, ba, bow. Ba, ba, bow. This reminds me of Hi-Fi Rush. I probably have said that before, a million times. Still does though. Okay, this didn't cause any problems or any difference in functionality.
So if I'm not supposed to convert that, or is the Euler not the right method of conversion for this?
Maybe I need to specifically search velocity. See if that gives me any hits.
Mine's not orienting the right way at all.
I feel like my... Mine's not rotating at all. At all, at all. Wait. Yeah, I'm already doing turning and rotation. I want to do it based on torque.
Calculate our own.
Okay, hang on a sec. Stop playing the music. We've got to listen to the man speak.
Additional dampened spring force, this time acting as a
The damping spring
One
force.
solution is to limit the rotation of the rigid body in the engine using your physics engine's features. The downside is that any tilting from collision response, like getting hit in the head or getting hit by a car, is ignored, which impacts the charm we're going for. Instead, we calculate our own additional dampened spring force, this time acting as a torque on the character to try and return it to a desired orientation. This serves to keep the capsule upright and turn it to face a specific direction. When there's input from the joystick, we set the target orientation to point in the direction of movement, slowly turning the character in that direction as they run. But it needs to stay upright. One solution is to limit the rotation of the rigid body in the engine using your physics engine's features. The downside is that any tilting from collision response, like getting hit in the head or getting hit by a car, is ignored, which impacts the charm we're going for. Instead, we calculate our own additional dampened spring force, this time acting as a torque on the character to
I wonder if he's actually even using the joint. Ghost Springs. Well, I attempted to implement the rotational that is happening in here, but it doesn't quite work correctly. Partially, I think, because my current implementation of the way that the player looks around isn't correct. You know what? I think I fell into this hole last time, actually. I'm pretty sure that I'm looking at the wrong thing right now. Because this is specifically to reset the upright. Yeah. Upright joint target rotation. Yeah, I messed up. I was stupid. I combined two things together. That's what I've done. I don't need this at all. I need to get the rotation, which should just be shouldn't that just be up? Shouldn't that just be player rigid body dot up? Or, sorry, maybe it's transformed that out. Springs are going. I am learning things, that's for sure. I just convert this into its rotation. So this isn't adjust horizontal rotation, actually. This is adjust vertical rotation. I've turned off the way that my character turns to face the direction that he's actually traveling right now, because I'm pretty sure in order to get this to work, I need to have the character rotating on torque values instead of or I need to get them rotating via torque rather than rotating via quaternion look at. I don't know for certain. Something's not quite right. Okay. What have I done? It's like spinning it around. Something with the actual spring itself might still not be correct. I was hoping I could see his setup for the spring inside of his inspector, but he never actually shows that. Ground Rider. He shows his capsule, which he actually doesn't have collision detection on continuous here. But he never actually shows a spring joint setup.
Factor based
He just...
on velocity. The force is applied to the character and possibly to the object under the character in the opposite direction. Now we have a floating capsule, but it needs to stay upright. One solution is to limit the rotation of the rigid body in the engine using your physics engine's features. The downside is that any tilting from collision response, like getting hit in the head or getting hit by a car, is ignored, which impacts the charm we're going for. Instead, we calculate our own additional dampened spring force, this time acting as a torque on the character to try and return it to a desired orientation. This serves to keep the capsule upright and turn it to face a specific direction. When there's input from the joystick, we set the target orientation to point in the direction of movement, slowly turning the character in that direction as they run. At this point, we have a floating capsule. The joystick, we set the target orientation to point in the direction of movement, slowly turning the character in that direction as they run. At this point, we have a floating cap.
Wait, does this handle both? This doesn't handle both. There's a separate thing for handling that.
On the character to try and return it to a desired orientation. This serves to keep the capsule upright and turn it to face a specific direction. When there's input from the joystick, we set the target orientation to point in the direction of movement, slowly turning the character in that direction as they run.
I think there's still a lot more stuff that I have to think about in order to actually get this to work properly. There seems to be some things missing from the equation. I was hoping that I could kind of test this piecemeal and see if it worked out by not having it handle rotations. Bleh. I should still be able to do that. I think maybe the spring itself is still broken. I think I need to change some things about the spring itself. Let me take a quick break. I'm going to go get a slice of extremely unhealthy pizza. Although I'll be back while it heats up probably because it's going to take a second. I realize I forgot to come back, actually. I'm still around. You haven't gotten rid of me yet. Da pizza is not actually pizza. The pizza is cake. Just so you're aware. It's a pizza. Okay, I think it's probably heated up. I'm gonna stick my finger directly into it. Actually, it's still pretty cold. Well, back in it goes. Never mind. I've been lied to. I've been had. I've been hornswoggled. Set a timer for like 3 minutes or something. I'll come back and continue doing some looking. For the time being. Whoever that is. Dooby dooby doop. What I'm most confused about with all of this where's my webcam? Boop. What I'm most confused about with all of this is where is something else controlling the orientation? It seems to be fighting something, and I'm not quite sure exactly what it is yet. Oh my goodness, I forgot to turn off the auto generators. Donuts. I feel like I want to make the actual generation process of things a little more manual too, so there's some more interactivity with it. Like you have to like go to the back of it and turn a crank, like there's a little mini game thing or something you have to do with it. Not like Among Us. Maybe like Among Us. People seem to like that kind of a thing. Although I don't know if they do anymore. It has been a couple years. And I know things on the internet usually last like a month and then they're dead to everyone. Lethal Company, I think, seems to be coming back every now and then. I see it occasionally. Yes. What if I just set these back to their default-ish values? Oh, it's because it keeps overshooting it. That's why it's doing what it's doing. Is it because the movement is applied via force? Oh, that's the timer. I'm confusion. Springs are hard. Springs? If I can figure out how to get it to stop overshooting the spring and just go to it and stay there. It's not, even when I had it at like 500, it was overshooting the spring. It was approaching 0, but it never actually hit it. And it seems that that is a constant thing. Like no matter how much I increase the strength of the spring, it never actually reaches 0. It'll always forever approach it. The pizza cake has been obtained. It's extremely sugary. Like any true American food. But this one's supposed to be a dessert. Oh. Maybe I can show. Oh wait, hold on. Why don't I just do this? Ta-da! The hotkeys. Pizza. But chocolate chip. Because I'm fat and happy. Alright, the webcam goes off while I eat, but... Where's my webcam? There it is. You'd think I'd have some of this like sorted alphabetically or something, but no. I'm not that prepared. One day. One day, maybe. Maybe this'll have answers to the questions. Do you have the answers I seek? What year is this? 2018? Maybe it's up to date enough. Have an object and a hand and an invisible target that tells the hand where to go. I've added a configurable joint between the hand and the target. Linear and angular drive. Added some drag to the hand. This works reasonably well. Do I need to add angular drag to the player, maybe? Does it have any? A little. Wait. What? What did I change? I didn't change anything. My angular drag got reset. But now it seems to be functioning okay. What happened? What? What? I am confusion. Maybe it's always been working like that and I was just looking at it incorrectly. I don't know what happened. I mean, I guess I did lower these values down, but hold on, if I crank them back up, does it come back? Oh, maybe not. Oh, maybe it was because I was thinking of it while I was running around. That's I think a problem with me applying forces to things. I wonder if the force I'm applying isn't exactly centered on the player. That doesn't sound right because I don't know why it would do like this if I was applying a force directly into the side of it, like at a 0-0. Huh. Might have checked the origin point. Howdy, Locust. Welcome in. Do you how do? I'm breaking rotation today. But only slightly. I figured it was time that I stopped putting off trying to adjust the character controller and just sat down and hashed it out with myself. Good to hear, Locus. Good to hear. I have no idea what I'm doing at the moment. What is breaking rotation? Me. I am. I am attempting to get the player to respond to physical stress. I'm making them depressed. I'm making it so that when the player bumps into something, they kind of wobble a little bit, which is also something that they did in the tutorial video that I'm or the explanation, I guess, video that I'm watching for the character controller that I decided to try using. Because I kind of want them to be semi... like ragdollable. Not entirely ragdoll, but close. So I'm attempting to implement that, which involves a lot of torque calculations and quaternion calculations. But it involves physics. But it doesn't seem to be working entirely correctly from what I want it to. I'm not sure if it's the spring that's breaking this, because it appears... This is probably something that's been broken for a while. But it appears that when I... Wait, what? Why am I not rotating at all now? What happened? Did I accidentally find a sweet spot? Hang on, let me restart. What? Oh, it works now. To a degree. Okay, well, I don't exactly know what I did. But yeah, this is kind of what I was trying to get. Was it the placement of the spring? I think that's the only thing I changed. Yeah, now he can get bonked around just a little bit by running into things. He's got a little jiggliness to him. However, I think if I go, let me turn this down. Let me turn this down to like a 20 and see if this still is the same thing. I'm gonna leave the damper where it's at. And we're gonna see if this is still doing the thing that I want it to do. He doesn't do it running into walls. Keep it good, get it good, have one shot. Bonk. Okay, well. Wow. Wow. That's pretty neat. I apparently did it. Completely on purpose and with no accidental... Yippee! My mother let me drink cola. Now this does bring up, it does work, but this does bring up an additional challenge that I have to consider, which is that the spring force, when broken, because I do think that I eventually will want the spring force to break, I will need to reapply the spring force somehow, which I think I can probably just generate it again via code, basically. And I'll have to turn off the, turn off and on the spring force at the bottom that's keeping our player afloat. Boom, ba boom, ba boom, ba boom, ba. Ba da ba da ba da. Did Moika stream today, Locus? Or is... Did I miss that? I'm going to leave that to do there, actually. Actually, I'll just do there. If I bring this rotate character back, I think it's going to break the spring control that I have at the moment. Yeah. Just a little bit. This is always trying to set the Quaternion back to being I thought I had made this thing over here spit out breadsticks. It should still spit out balls. I thought I had made it spit out breadsticks because because I didn't want it to take the same thing that it spits out, but then I set it to do that anyway. Where's the webcam? I can webcam now. I'm done with chocolate cake. Chocolate chip. I learned this past week, I think I've talked about it a couple times, I learned this past week to make a chocolate chip pizza cake like they had at a local chain restaurant. Way back in the day. But there's a lot of sugar in it. I ended up having to make my own pizza crust because I couldn't find. It called for like boxed materials. But it didn't tell me which boxes they used. So I had to guess. So I used a boxed cake mix and I just made a pizza crust. A thin pizza crust. And I've fallen in love with thin pizza crusts again, actually, because of it. They're so fast. They're so quick to cook. And they don't fill you up as fast, so you don't feel bad about eating like half a pizza or an entire pizza. It's like a 14-inch thin crust. So good. Although the crust that I made isn't really spiced in any way. It doesn't really have any herbs in it or anything. It's got some salt. So it's flour, olive oil, salt, and baking soda, and water. Sorry, not baking soda, baking powder. Distinct taste difference there. Let me pull open the documentation for this again. Kill. Oh wait, that's what I needed actually. No, it's not. I lied. I'm kidding. Oh, this is the one I found earlier that was terrible. I remember this now. Changes error tolerance. Allows the spring to have a different rest length. Learning to fly without wings. For that little skip in there. Oh no, it's always trying to force the character to look this one direction though. Why is it doing that? It's called jazz comedy. Okay, if you say so. Did I ever write this into my to-do list? I've been looking at it trying to find the option for it, but I don't see it. My to-do list that I made. I guess I never actually added it. Huh. Hi. I guess I'll just go.
And a damping factor based on
Oh, that's for the spring.
One solution is to limit the rotation of the rigid body in the engine using your physics engine's features. The downside is that any tilting from collision response, like getting hit in the head or getting hit by a car, is ignored, which impacts the charm we're going for. Instead, we calculate our own additional dampened spring force, this time acting as a torque on the character to try and return it to a desired orientation. This serves to keep the capsule upright and turn it to face a specific direction. When there's input from the joystick, we set the target orientation to point in the direction of movement, slowly turning the character in that direction as they run. Input from the joystick, we set the target orientation to point in the direction of movement, slowly turning the character.
Oh, wait a minute. So he's taking this. Versus the current player's rotation. But it always tries to reset it towards Z, negative to Z, I think it is. So why is it resetting it towards negative Z? It's adding the torque so that the player... Can I ignore the Y rotation on the spring joint somehow? Because I don't care which direction the player is facing this way. It sounds like, with the way that that they're describing it, it sounds like the calculation for handling the vertical rotation is actually also handling the horizontal rotation. What if I do freeze the Y rotation? If I click freeze Y rotation, will it stop? I've created the sun. Diminishing returns, though. Some music. Oops. Moika. Sorry. This is where all my stream power goes. It goes into opening other people's streams. I do actually have to get off at a normal time today too, despite my late start, because I've just been kind of... I feel like I could start these at the same time all the time, but if I'm not ready to start working for the day, then it's going to be less fun for everybody involved. So I know I say that 9 is like the general time that I'm going to start these, but it's going to be, I think it's going to be varying times for a little bit. If I get to a stretch of really good, like, I know what I'm doing, I've got this, like, planned out, I just have to do it, then it'll probably be a more constant time. Consistent. But for right now, since I'm just trying to get this thing done, and I have to make sure that I'm ready to focus on something so that I can learn how to do it, it's probably better if I actually, you know, have the capability of learning how to do it for the day. Then I only have to do that once, and I don't have to spend the entire week trying to figure something out. Just because I want to make sure that I'm online on time. Obviously, I don't want to be extremely late all the time. Because then there's less time for people to watch. Okay, so this has to be something with our calculations. What I don't 100% understand is, why is this even necessary? I guess it's supposed to also be handling the horizontal rotations, which is why. But it seems like we have a spring. Shouldn't it just do this anyway? For vertical rotation, at least. I guess I'm just calculating this in to be able to, if the player's turning and they get hit, so that they can, like, curve. It'll, like, curve upwards. Or, like, go at an angle. Bonk. Bonk. That's most likely what it will be. Now I just have to figure out how this is supposed to be working with horizontal rotation. How am I supposed to... So this can't be transform up, I don't think. Because target rotation isn't just transform up anymore. It's gonna have to be transform up, like, times the target or something like that. The initial velocity target. Ba, ba, ba. Ba-da-ba, ba-dum-ba-ba-ba-ba. Oh, ow. Oh wait, no, hold on. Player rigid body velocity is the current velocity. How do I get the target velocity? I'm back. Poof. Damn me. So theirs obviously isn't based off of the player movement. Somehow. I feel like it should be based off of the velocity. The target velocity, not the current velocity, that is. He doesn't actually have anything taken as an input for this, does he? He's storing this value. Yeah. It's updating upright joint target rotation at some point. So something else is updating upright joint target rotation. And then he's just accessing it here. So if I have... Why aren't these constants? Like eventually the player movement, the player's entire thing is gonna have to become a scriptable object at some point. I gotta refresh myself with scriptable objects too. Oh, wait, hold on. I changed these to not be constants for a specific reason. And that was in case I ever need to change them for, like, slowing... Like, the floor gets covered in goo or something and they have to slow down. I remember. So you could add quaternions together. Interesting. Okay, so it is the calculations, definitely. Oh, I got everybody wearing gun lances, except for one person that decided they had to be better and take the bow. Gorilla. I'm gonna check to see. I think I know when D&D tonight is. Just want to make sure. Oh. Okay. No D&D tonight. I see. That means I can keep streaming. I'll probably still end at my normal time. I don't want to overdo it. I'm actually kind of tired today, especially after eating an overly sugared piece of cake that I shouldn't have had. Let's see if this does anything. I am not gonna stop doing this anytime soon. I'm sorry for making noises. It will happen again. Well, that's cute. Ha! Oh, that's wrong. That's funny though. Boing, boing. That's delightful. Whee! He's breakdancing. Look at him go. Who's going insane? Oh god, I'd love to make this a feature. Disoriented. Your character just starts doing this. Everything works the same. Whoa, 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 whoa! Okay, maybe everything doesn't work the same when you're holding stuff. I added the player's target movement vector to the up in hopes that it would auto adjust to the direction that the player needed to face, but instead it made the player's up value, I think. It looks like 90 degrees to wherever the velocity vector is at. It also rotates. It rotates them this way and this way. But it stands them back up at the end, which is the funniest part. The velocity vector is not exactly the same thing as it's supposed to be too. Okay, so clearly that's not the right thing to do. I had assumed that he was adjusting his value based on the movement vector. Potentially not. Unless I'm just updating it in an incorrect manner. He never really says how he does it, he just says we do it. Which is my favorite way of explaining how you've accomplished something. Just to do it. Just to get it done. I could scale it. Whoa. What does the player's movement vector do to this? I assume this points up towards the vector. Oh no, it's the same thing. Doom. Okay, let me take another look at this, maybe. Because clearly, the quaternion isn't quite right. So it's the player's current orientation is, I think that's 0, 0, 0. I think it goes to 0, 0, 0. Yeah. So it starts the player's orientation at 0, 0, 0. It forces it to be that. Approximately. And then as I child goes to 180. Negative 90, 180. What? Why did it change to 0? Oh, it's close to 0. For some reason it's... So it's 360 here, but when he hits the wall, it then becomes 180. Even though his rotation doesn't change around the y-axis. I don't understand how that works. That's a new explanation in my books right there. That doesn't really make any sense for rotation in my eyes. Maybe it's 180 because it's trying to change it to 180, but he's up against a wall, so he can't do anything. I don't know why I would try to do that, though. 180 would be straight down too. Technically for the relative y-axis, this is only 90 degrees. Why are you behaving like this? Okay, so this is the X that's being changed here. Boobity-bop. That's my Z, and obviously this is my Y. It forces it to be 0, 0, 0. Why does it force it to always be 0, 0, 0 at the beginning? Because always adding a torque is adding a torque to the player. I guess the torque value in this case is essentially 0. Hold on, let me pop this value out here. Oh, I haven't given it a type. Oops. Ah, the vector. My favorite. I love a good vector. Let's go. Oh, boobity bop. Okay, I've apparently broken the log and it will no longer follow them as they appear. It is instead choosing to not do that. The X value is getting a constant torque rotation. Positive or negative, it's about 5. Y is actually getting some slight rotation values too, but negligible. Same thing with Z right now, although Z is going to change in a second. Actually, the Y will change in a second. Oh, maybe it is Z. Hmm. It's closer than it was, but it's still... I still have some confusion about this. I think I'm definitely gonna have to try some new things. Maybe some searching will help me find a solution for it. I've actually, I got a Lego set it this week. I might jump on stream either replacing something or just that as an off stream to build it. You remember my odd camera angle I had for building the model house that's up here? Or sorry, the model cafe that's up there. That'll be returning, probably. I wonder if I can... I'm sure someone else has, like, asked questions about this. Right. Very, very valet. Character rotation. Calculation. Guess the steering input is applied to front wheel transform as rotation, and then that rotation is used to calculate sideways force vectors. Seems my plugin isn't working quite like it used to a few minutes ago. Shame. It was Wallaber. Okay, I thought so. Sorry, I just got confirmation. There's his name right there. Whoops. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, he's the one that's narrating the video. Ba-dum. Ba-da-ba-boom-boom. Okay, this doesn't explain much more. Past, and they've made the video. I need to post some things probably in r/Unity 3D. I need to get on that thread. That subreddit, sorry. I think I have a Reddit, but I don't really go on it. I rarely use it. I probably should use it more. Especially for game development stuff. I feel like this is something that I could like put in. I could post to it and be like, hey, I'm trying to do this. I've been having trouble finding solutions on how to figure it out. I also don't know anything about anything, so any help's appreciated. Oh, that's Troc. Or Stack Overflow, either one. What does elapse do? He doesn't ever use elapse, but he has it written in there as if he is using it somewhere. Player target orientation has to include its side rotation too. It has to include that. There's no way it doesn't. No, that's a pretty fun effect for this video. Hang on. Hang on, I want to show that. The background effect like bounces into the music, and then once it kicks off, it just sticks around. That's pretty fun. I like that touch. That's a neat little touch. Woo! Woo! Bum 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 bum. Boom, boom, boom. Maybe. Multiplying it by a scalar wouldn't do anything. I don't need to scale it. The velocity vector, so the velocity vector, sorry, there were, yeah, the velocity vector for movement input when I press A should be, I think it's -5 or -20. What did I say the speed was? Movement force is 100 and the velocity magnitude is 10, but I think that causes the player to travel at 5, which is something that I also want to look into. So let's say it moves them to the left at 10, which means, sorry, so it'd be -10, 0, 0 is your vector. The quaternion for that. I guess I need to. Let me have it print that out. think it'll understand how to figure that out. Does it with vectors, it might as well do it with quaternions too. Quaternion. This wall has lost my momentum. Wait, what? Alright, I think I need to understand quaternions a little better before I'm able to debug this, unfortunately. I don't know 100% what I'm looking at. So let's go find some quaternion information. What is this last value, this W? Do not directly modify quaternions. Maybe I should... No, it's spitting out the, Isn't it spitting out the Euler? No, it's not spitting out the Euler yet. There, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Okay. It just doesn't... It just has the W component of the quaternion. What the hell does that mean? Do I need to normalize it, maybe? I think I'm just guessing at this point, honestly. That is not how I should be doing this. I think I need to do some research. Some extra research on top of the research that I thought I was going to have to do. I think I will call it here for right now. I need to take a break from staring at all the text and whatnot. I know it's been kind of short today. I could continue to look at all of these things online, I guess, but I feel like I need to cut off the music for a while and just have it be silent, and I don't know. I don't know how many people would like to listen to me just staring at the camera and breathing. So I think I'm going to go ahead and shove off. I'll do some more work offline and come back with a little bit of a better understanding, hopefully. Let's go say hi to Moika. Oh wait, and one, is it just me? It is just me, isn't it? don't want to raid Moika with like 1 viewer though. Unless that 1 viewer. Does it count me? I actually don't know. Anyway. We'll carry through with it for right now. Alright, wait, what? My message failed to send. There it is. Okay. That was interesting. There's a raid message. If you would like to copy it, we'll go say hi to Moika. Moika's an animator. He does everything by hand. He's amazing at what he does. He is currently animating a music video that he is working on. He's also trying a new setup with like a faded screen. You can kind of see the animation on the side there, but it's a work in progress. And just for last minute, there's a bunch of links. I have a Discord, I have a Twitter if you want to follow that. Feel free to. I also have a YouTube archive where I upload all of the old stuff. Bye. Take care, everyone. Hopefully I have good news.